Okay. Hello. Hello everybody. How are we doing today? Welcome back. It's Saturday, which means Train Simulator. I'm looking forward to this one. This is going to be a good stream today. Sorry we're late. We were going to start at 3. But I had other bits and pieces to attend to. But we're here now. Oh, we should still get a good 4 hours in. We'll just give it a minute for people to join us. Hey STFC, how are you doing? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. So, hello Bradley, hope you're well. I am very well, thank you. So, today we are going to be playing a new game. It's called Running Train. It came out just 2 weeks ago in early access, made by a single developer. It's a Japanese train simulation game. It is absolutely gorgeous. It is one of the most realistic looking games I've ever seen. I'm super excited to get into it. We're going to try it out today on stream. I've played a bit of it already, but we're going to play it today on stream. And yeah, I'm incredibly excited. I'm sorry for yawning. That doesn't make it sound like I'm very excited, does it? But I am. I'm genuinely very excited for this game. It looks amazing. I mean, I'll just let it speak for itself. You know, we'll dive in and I'll just let you see what this game looks like. Running Train. Oh, there is an update queued, which I didn't realise before the stream. Hopefully it's not a very big one. We'll just let that download. It's 162 megabytes. Okay, that'll just take a few seconds then. So this game, like I say, it released on the 24th of May, so it only came out 2 weeks ago. It is still in early access, so it's being continuously updated, but it's already very polished. It's already an amazing looking game. I'm really excited to try it out. And of course, it is day 6 of our Pride fundraiser as well. Love the outfit. Thank you, STFC. I can't remember you wearing purple in ages. I haven't. The last time I wore this outfit was actually for Pride Month 2024. That was the last time I watched it. That was the last time I wore it. We did a stream, I think. But back in 2024, I did a similar thing where I wore a different outfit each day for the first week of Pride Month. That was the last time I wore this outfit, and really the last time I wore anything purple, to be honest. I don't have anything purple, really. I don't have any purple outfits apart from this. Hi, Sophie. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing better today. Sorry you've not been... I can't stop yawning today. Sorry you've not been too well, but glad to have you back. Okay, I'm going to get the game launched now. I'm going to I'll keep the music on while we get the game up. Was not expecting the blue lips today. Nice one. Thank you, Idiot TV. It was a real stroke of luck, me finding a lipstick that was the exact right shade of purple for the outfit. Okay, my camera has frozen. Okay, hold on. Might just because the game's launching. Now, this game, it's very well optimized, but I haven't tried streaming it yet, so I don't know if it's going to have any impact on the webcam, because historically we've played some games with very high graphic fidelity, and they've severely impacted the camera. You know, we had problems with Resident Evil Requiem, we had problems with the Unreal remake of Slender The Arrival. Like I say, this game is very well optimized, so I'm hoping that we're not going to have any ill effects on the camera, but we'll see how we go. So let me switch over to the game view and get the game on screen for you. There we go. And just bear with me a second. There we go. Okay, hopefully you can hear and see the game all right. Let me just turn off the stream preview just to be safe. Hi, Ben. Bye, Ben. Looking beautiful today. Thank you, Stormtrooper. So, let me know if you can see and hear the game all right. It does seem a little bit quiet. Might turn it up ever so slightly. All good. Glad to hear it. Yep. Okay, good. So, this is Running Train. Once again, it is a Japanese train simulator game. It was made by a single person. It's developed by a solo developer, which is absolutely insane. When you see it, you will not believe that this was made by a single person. I'm telling you. But we'll dive straight on him. We will start with, you can see I've done a couple of drives here. Any that's got a rating next to it, those are drives that I've already done. Hey Josh, how are you doing? Let's start off with a full drive of the line. Local, yeah, we'll go local 1322A. Full drive of the line, low speed, so we'll be calling at all stations. Let's just see how it goes, you know, let's just dive on into it. So we can actually choose which train set we want to drive. I'm going to keep it as the default, which was the HR 1500. But we could also use the HR 1100 for this drive if we wanted to. You can also choose the colour as well. Ooh, let's go for... I quite like this blue and white one. Quite like that. Season... We'll keep it spring for now. We'll keep the weather, and we'll keep all the settings as they are. Let's just go. Let's do it. How's everyone doing? Good, thank you, Draydog. How are you doing? So once again, do keep me updated on the camera. If there's any lag with the camera, do let me know. Is there a bullet train in this game? There isn't, STFC, no. There's no Shinkansen. It's just local trains at the moment. But there are plans for expansion in the future. Okay. Here we go. So, it is a tiny bit slower on stream than it was when I tested it the other day, but you got to remember I've got Streamlabs and everything else running as well. It does look like it's causing camera lag issues, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn the graphics down ever so slightly. I have got it on ultra right now, but we'll put it to high and see how that goes. Good, thanks. Love today's outfit. Thank you, Draydog. I appreciate that. Okay, and I guess we'll just see how we get on. So that makes the game look a lot smoother. The camera is still lagging. It seems like it's going to be one of those games, and there's not going to be much that I can do about it. But let's get started. Okay, stop at Susan... I'm out of practice. Suzume no Miya. Suzume no Miya. Is there an FPS setting to cap? Good question, SCFC. Good question. Aha, yes. Cap the FPS at 30. That normally helps. The outfit's really sweet. Thank you, Sophie. Oh, why is it gone off? Why is it not full screened now? Not now, TikTok. Not fucking now. Shut up. I don't care. Maybe this might help. Playing it windowed. No, it's not going to make a difference, is it? Let's try this. It looks like the camera is just going to be something that we have to put up with, as we have done in the past, but as long as the game is looking nice and smooth, that's the main thing, really. That's my main concern. But we're off. We're off. We're moving. Okay, so we're on the move. Now, obviously, being a Japanese game, we have very strict timings for arrival at stations and stuff like that. So balancing the XP is going to be quite difficult. Like I say, I've done a few test drives. You have to be really, really precise. I haven't. The highest rating that I've gotten so far is a B. Am I okay to watch on YouTube? Left my iPad charger in the hospital? Of course, Sophie, no problem. No problem. And you'll still be able to talk with the purple chat anyway, because it's all on the same screen. Like, you'll be able to see the purple comments on screen anyway. Also, hey Sophie, how are you doing? Game already looks better than Train Sim World. It does. It is absolutely stunning, isn't it? Like I say, unfortunately, it is going to be one of those games where it causes some camera lag issues, but the game itself is really well optimized. It runs really well. It looks gorgeous. Bit quiet today, says Draydog. Well, we've only just started, you know. There's plenty of time. Okay. Yes, the stop markers, like I was saying, the stop markers are very precise, and the timings are very precise as well. We are 12 seconds late, but we got 459 XP for timing accuracy, so that's not bad. Hey, Sophie, on YouTube, how you doing? It is just gorgeous, though. I mean, look at just the detail. The attention to detail, it has a level of detail that, like, it genuinely puts Train Sim to shame. Like, even Train Sim World, it puts it to shame. It really does. I can't get over how incredible this looks. Hey, afternoon, Sabby. Loving the lipstick today. Thank you very much. I'm sorry about the camera issues, I'm afraid. But can't be helped. We've just got to kind of deal with them. I'm pretty sure it's something to do with split cam. I think, like, maybe it seems to just be whenever I'm playing a more graphically demanding game, my PC prioritizes the game over the camera. Which, honestly, I'd rather that than the other way around, you know? I'd rather have the camera being laggy but the game be smooth. But, you know, I'd rather they both be smooth. It just isn't going to happen. It's also one of those where as soon as I tab out of the game, the camera immediately catches back up. Famous last words, Purple seems to be ahead of TikTok today. It might well be. It might well be. Ever since I discovered dynamic bitrate on OBS, we really haven't had any lag issues on Purple. But because I'm still having internet trouble, the TikTok stream's still affected. Stop, 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 stop. Oh, we've overshot really badly. How have we managed to overshoot that badly? Also, if you overshoot, you have to go back. It won't let you just stop at any point on the platform. You have to stop on the marker. Oh my god, I've gone too far the other way now. We have fucked this very badly. You see what I mean? It's very unforgiving. It is very unforgiving. Wow. That's not good. Oh, we were over a minute late there. Yikes. I have a cold, so I've been asleep most of the day. Such a big baby. I understand though, P. I'm the same. Whenever I have a cold, I just want to just sit and do nothing all day. I'm going to try and put it back into windowed mode again, just because I want to test something. Yeah, unfortunately, it's also one of those games where when you tab out of the game, the audio stops. Because when I tab out of the game, I don't have camera problems. So, if the game audio still played when I was tabbed out, that would be perfect. But it's not. I have to stay tabbed into the game. There's just not really anything else I can do, to be honest. You're just going to have to deal with it. You're used to it at this point, I'm sure. I could turn down the resolution of the game. We are only streaming in 720p, so I could put the game resolution down to 720p, or 800p rather. That might help. Draydog, could you mute admin on Snapchat, please? Because it's clearly just a fake profile picture of me. Let's see if that makes any difference. Just just want to get rid of it as soon as possible, so plenty of rest and hydration. Yeah, I get you. I get you, Pete. Oh shit, we need to stop. We need to stop. Okay, now we've stopped too early. We are so far behind right now, by the way. This was... We're not getting a good grade on this one. And now I'm going to end up overshooting again because I'm coming in too fast. Yep. Fuck's sake. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to start again. In fact, no, I'm going to go... we'll do a different drive. I need a shorter practice drive, I think. Start driving. Let's go with 25 minutes. This is a shorter drive. There's less stops. Let's start with this one for a bit more practice, right? And let's go with the HR 1500 this time. That's the recommended. Oh no, that's what we went with before, isn't it? So let's go instead for the HR 1100. Why not? Let's give this one a go. You're not getting promoted to one of the good lines with a cat at this rate? Oh, I know. Oh, to answer your other question, Sabby, where it's not based on any real location. I think it's loosely based on the East Coast. But it's a completely fictional line, which honestly is even more impressive. Like, look at this level of detail, this level of realism, and this isn't even a real place. This is entirely fictional. That's insane. Why am I losing XP right now? Okay, go. Go, 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 go. The way they line up the carriages perfectly in Japan every time. Yeah, again, Japan is famous for the punctuality of its trains, right? And you can definitely see that in the game, because the game is very, very strict with timings and stuff. You have to be very precise with stopping in the right place, with arriving at exactly the right time. Pretty neat for a fictional world. Yeah, again, like, the attention to detail, like, just look at how much detail is in this, and this is, like, not even a real location. It's entirely made up. By one person, by a single person made this entire game. It's insane. It's just absolutely insane, and I just hope that it makes the developers of Train Simulator take notes, you know what I mean? I hope Dovetail Games looks at this and thinks, holy shit, we need to step up our game. Because, holy shit, they need to step up their game. I can see mods being good for this game in the future when it's awesome. Yes, the developer does intend to include mod support, which is really good news. There's already custom liveries. You can do your own paint jobs for the trains, which is really cool. There's going to be more lines in future. There's going to be more rolling stock. There's going to be more seasons. There's going to be all sorts of other really cool stuff coming in the future. You can play in winter as well. We'll try and play in winter later. I think we can speed up a little bit. I got 2 classic Who's today on VHS. What's the quality like on them? Well, it's just VHS, isn't it? It's just exactly as you'd expect. They're not bad. They're not bad. I've got Robots of Death on VHS. It's pretty good quality. I used to have the Sunmakers and the Curse of Peladon when I was younger, and I remember them being quite good as well. Approaching the next station. Manifesting a perfect stop. Thank you, Pete. Keeping my fingers crossed. We are a bit late. This game's unbelievable, and it's only been out for a week. In a year's time, it's going to be mind-blowing. Yeah, honestly, I can't imagine what it's going to look like, you know, even just a few months down the line, when it's been in development for a bit longer. Oh, no, we're overshooting. We're overshooting. This particular DMU has only got 2 brake modes. It only has lap and brake, whereas most of the other engines, most of the other DMUs in the game have got a much more adjustable brake. Basically, the brakes are either low or high, whereas a lot of the others you can have a lot more fine-tuning with the brakes. So maybe we didn't pick the best train to use for our first drive, really. The Sakura, yeah, they're so cool, aren't they? They're so gorgeous. Okay, we've already got off to a bad start. EMU, surely? Oh, yes, you're absolutely right, Sabi. These are EMUs. I think there is at least one DMU. But yeah, you can see the pantographs there at the front. My mistake. Honestly, a beautiful game. Look at this. Look at this. It's astonishing. It's absolutely astonishing. stream's very laggy. Yeah, sorry, Josh. It should only be the camera that's laggy. The game should be smooth. Although we have been having connection issues on TikTok today as well. God, how are we so late? How have we lost that much time? I guess we did end up overshooting and having to back up at the previous station, right? That cost us a lot of time, and we were already a minute late then. Don't tell me we've overshot again, please. Oh, fuck, I swear, when I did this off-camera, like, when I just tried playing it on my own in my free time, I was not this bad at it. It's one of those things where as soon as I'm in front of the camera, I just can't fucking play the game. This game does seem hard to get anywhere on time. It is challenging, but also, like I say, I did better when I was playing it off camera, I swear. The problem is, because the timings are so strict, once you've lost time, it's very difficult to get it back, you know what I mean? Like, if you're late to one stop, you're going to be late to every stop. And I think, unfortunately, we lost so much time at the first station that we're never going to make it back up. We're going to be late to every single station now. There's also a lot of features that Train Sim doesn't have that I quite like the signal aspect being shown through the UI and speed limit changes being shown a lot more clearly than they are on... oh, I am speeding, by the way. But speed limit changes and signal aspects and stuff like that. I think the UI is a lot better designed than Train Sim as well. God, we have really fucked this. Look at my score. We're getting like an F for this, I'm telling you. Yeah. Okay. ATS is on and it won't let me turn it off. I'm not sure why. Okay, we were 105. We're 105 seconds behind schedule. That is over a minute and a half. That's not good. That's very much not good. We do have a bit of a wait at this station, though. We got a couple of minutes to wait. Let me just, whilst I'm waiting, there's something I want to check out. Oh, that's why we were waiting, look. Ah, I almost missed that. I was tabbed out of the game for a second. That's why we've got to wait till 7:19, because we were waiting for the fast service to pass. We will try and drive the express later as well. I honestly feel like the express will be easier because there'll be less stops. Maybe we should try that next. We'll try driving the express next. We've still got another minute to wait. Very nice. Thanks, Train World. LK, how are you doing? Yeah, like I say, I'm very sorry, Sophie, to hear about what's been going on, but I'm glad you're doing a bit better now, and at least now, you know about it. I can't imagine, it's got to be really scary to have something like that happen for the first time when you've got, like, no history of it or anything. Okay, nearly ready. 10 more seconds. We're going to try and depart promptly this time. See, this we could actually make up lost time now because this was a timed stop and because we've waited for so long at this station. You know what I mean? We're essentially on time again now. So if we can stay on time for the rest of the drive, we might actually be able to finish with a decent score. Try and be very cautious of the speed limits as well, because we can make up a lot of lost XP with that as well. Okay, so next station is Kaguradai in 1.4 kilometers. We are going to do our very best to get a perfect stop this time. I'm not sure how to turn on the headlights in a tunnel. Oh no, we've hit the brakes too early. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Right, we got 40 seconds. We're okay, actually. We've got 40 seconds and only 200 meters to go. Let's just take it easy. Okay, 30 seconds. Right, slow us down, slow us down. 20 seconds. Oh no, too much brake power, too much brake pressure. Come on, come on, come on. Oh. Okay, 4 seconds late. But that's good. That's very, very good. I'm happy with that. Next station is Iwaminato at 7:26, and it is... Where is it? 2.5 kilometers away. Pick up the pace a bit. I wouldn't be able to drive a train, too many buttons and levers. Yeah, you get the hang of it, Trey Dog. Well, you know, I say that, I've never driven a real one, but at least in the game you get the hang of it eventually. Dark again. Looking gorgeous again. Look at that, we're at the seaside. Beautiful. Okay, and we are making good time. But we're a bit short of the station again. Quite laggy, not sure if anyone's told you. Yeah, I'm aware of the lag problems, sorry about that, Jay. I'm having internet trouble at the minute. I have been for the last couple of weeks, unfortunately. And we've overshot again. It's so hard to stop on the exact marker. I honestly don't know how we even managed it at the last station. ...35 seconds. We managed to be 35 seconds late there. Might have to buy it, says STFC. I highly recommend. It's quite cheap too. It's only like 15 quid, I think. Which is astonishing. Okay, next station is Omishima, and it is the end of the line. We have not done very well. There has to be something I can do about the camera problems, because it's not the first time we've had them. It really pissed me off. See, it's fine now. As long as I tab out of the game, it's fine. But then when I do tab out of the game, there's no audio, because the game only plays audio when you're focused on the game window. For Transport for Wales, 35 seconds would be a fantastic outcome, honestly. Can you imagine our trains being that punctual? You know, in certain parts of Tokyo, if a train's more than 5 minutes late, they'll give out cards for you to give to your employer to prove that the train was actually late, because it never happens. That is an insane level of punctuality, you know what I mean? Where's the dress from, says Sophie. It's actually a crop top, Sophie. I'll show you in a minute. It's from, I think, Zara. I can't remember off the top of my head. And we're going to overshoot again. I need more control over the brakes. That's the problem. It's... Jesus Christ. We failed. We actually failed because HP reached 0. Fucking hell. Yeah, it's not an easy game. It's not an easy game. I think we also picked the worst possible train to do our first drive in, though. Let's try the branch line, the Fukugawa line, and try something a bit shorter. Look at this. There's some 12-minute drives here that these would be good practice. We'll practice with these before we go into anything bigger again. Zara do lovely stuff. They do. Here's the outfit. It is very cute. And it's basically the only purple outfit that I own. I just, for some reason, don't have a lot of purple stuff. Okay, let's try the KR5000. Game over, says P. Yeah, honestly. How unfortunate. We actually got a game over. I didn't even realise that that could happen. Okay. Things are going to be different this time, though. This is only a 12-minute drive, which means there's literally less opportunity for us to lose XP. You know what I mean? Let's do this short one, and this will give us some good practice. And this, look, this train has got 9 notches on the brake. The other train just has low and high brake, but this actually has much more control over the brake, which I think is very important when you need such accurate braking. Orange train, fantastic vibes. Yes. I know you love orange, P. Is orange your favourite colour, P? Just look at this level of control we have over the brakes. Oh, it's brilliant. There we go. Stopping accuracy, 185 centimeters. Good. Good. So we were about 2 meters out, but that's within the tolerance. Oh shit, we rolled backwards a little bit there. Absolutely is. Cool, cool. I think my favourite colour's probably green. I like a nice dark green. Oh shit. Oh shit. I didn't realise that the station was literally just out the other end of the tunnel. Oh, bollocks. Oh my god. I'm so bad at this. I'm so fucking bad at this game. One second. I just need to... Okay, 1 second. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out if there's anything I can do about this camera issue. Okay, hold on a second. There may be something here. Normally it wouldn't bother me, but, you know, I'm sick of it happening every time we play a game with, like, higher graphics settings. I don't know if I can change this while I'm streaming. You know what, I may have to just end the stream for a second and restart it, because there's something that might work, but it's going to need me to change my camera settings, and I can't do it mid-stream. So I will be back in just a second. It's 5 o'clock anyway, so it's a good time to restart. I will be right back, everybody, I promise. Okay. Welcome back, everybody. I don't know if that will have actually fixed it, but we'll see. Hopefully, once it's back up and running again, we'll... where's my webcam preview gone? Let me just do that. Okay. Let's see how we get on. Hello again. Okay, we're going to start driving. We are going to try... We'll try one of the short drives again. Honestly, it's just that's been distracting me. Now that, hopefully, if that's fixed the issue, I can focus in, I can lock in, and we should do better this time. Now, fingers crossed. It's still lagging. Okay, well, we tried. I tried. There's nothing else I can do. Fuck off, TikTok! Not now. Yeah, there's nothing I can do. You're gonna have to deal with it. You're gonna have to just put up with it. Your Wi-Fi good? No, my Wi-Fi's terrible, but that's not what's causing the camera problem. Nobody knows what's causing the camera problem. Okay, let's go. Oh, look at that! Hey! The game's so detailed, so I'm not surprised it's taxing on the old GPU. That's the thing, though. It's not particularly taxing. Like, the game's actually really well optimized. It's just, for some reason, any game that has remotely good-looking graphics, my camera just shits itself. Like, the game is super well optimized. Like when I'm not streaming, it runs really, really well. Oh, I've overshot again. I'm sorry, I'm really frustrated and distracted now because all I can think about is the fact that my camera is lagging like fuck. Hold on. Okay. It could just be the actual webcam, because I have, you know, I've heard a few things about the Logitech C920, about it not being the most well-optimized webcam. Just give me 1 second. Okay, here's something that I could do. I could just turn the resolution of the webcam way down. Because, quite frankly, you don't need to see my face in 1080p, do you? Let's try that and see if it gives us any better. Use your Twitch sub money this month to buy yourself out of that shitty EE contract. I can't. Oh, God, yeah. Or I could just use it to buy a better webcam. I still want to get the webcam Neo that I mentioned a couple of months ago. Okay. Let's see if this makes any difference whatsoever. I'm sincerely hoping it will. Something's got to. I've turned the resolution of the webcam as low as it will go. It's 540p right now, the webcam. But again, if you're watching on YouTube or Purple, I'm literally just in a tiny little square in the corner of the screen. That doesn't need to be, you know, the webcam doesn't need to have a really high resolution for that. Still lags, though. Still lags. I give up. I actually give up. There's nothing I can do. I know I'm going to lose viewers for it, because anytime we have lag problems on stream, it leads to a loss in viewership. It's tough. There's nothing I can fucking do about it. It just pisses me off. And I really, really don't want to have to turn the game's graphics down because they look so good. I might have to try it. I might have to put them down to medium high and see how that helps us, if it does. Oh, whoa, that's a big dip in quality. But it stopped... No, it doesn't even stop the lag. Does it stop the lag issues? Kind of. I mean, that seems to mostly fix the camera problem, but it also makes the game look bad. I really wanted to be able to play this on the highest graphics settings because it looks so good on the highest graphics settings. Maybe there's got to be a middle ground. Let's do some custom adjustments of the graphics settings. Let's say higher shading quality. Let's see how that looks. I think it's a good compromise. It's an okay compromise, but also... Okay, shading doesn't seem to have that much of an impact. We'll change each set... Here's an idea. We'll change each setting one by one and see which setting it is that actually causes it to upset the camera quality, right? I've got a feeling it's probably going to be texture quality. Can't get over how fit you look in that purple top and lipstick. Thank you, P. Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, that's more or less... The camera's a little bit choppy, but on the whole quite smooth. Or, mind you, maybe not, maybe not. Maybe put DLSS on. Where is DLSS? Ah, here we go. Let's try it. Let's try it. No, absolutely not. That hasn't really fixed anything, has it? I think, unfortunately, the compromise is going to have to be playing the game on slightly lower graphics settings. What if we put post-processing on high and everything else on medium? Oh! No, wait. That's still very laggy, so maybe it's the post-processing that's causing the problem. Maybe if we put everything on high except the post-processing... And maybe put texture quality on medium as well. Let's try this. No, still doesn't work. We're just gonna have to have the graphics on medium high. I'm really disappointed about that because I was really looking forward to showing you, how good this game looks, and now I'm having to turn the graphics settings down. But you got a good chance to see what it looks like. You got a good look at it. I mean, even that's... It's just frustrating me. It's really fucking annoying. I shouldn't have to sit here and put the graphics down to the lowest fucking setting and put my webcam down to the lowest fucking setting. There's no reason with the PC that I have that I should have to turn the graphics down as low as this just to get a decent quality. You know what I mean? And it's the fucking webcam. It's always the webcam that lets it down. There we go. We're just gonna have to play it like this. This is the only way that we're actually going to be able to play it without having lag problems. And unfortunately, it doesn't look very good on these graphic settings. But what else can I do? Can you cap your game at a certain FPS? The game is capped at 30. All of my... Like I say, I've literally got everything on the lowest fucking settings just to be able to get this to work. And it's not because of the game, it's because of my webcam. I'm going to have to get a better webcam. Maybe it's split cam. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe split cam... Because I'm streaming on YouTube and TikTok, you know, I'm having to use split cam to manage my webcam. Maybe it's that that's causing the problems. I honestly don't know. Don't stress, the stream's more than watchable and we enjoy the content. I appreciate that, P. Thank you for saying so. It's just disappointing, you know. Like say, when I've spent £1,000 on a computer, when I've got a computer that's got an 8GB graphics card and 32GB of RAM, I shouldn't have to sit here turning all of my graphics down to the lowest possible settings just because my fucking webcam starts lagging anytime I play a game that has halfway decent graphics. Can you use normal OBS for all your streaming platforms? You can do STFC, but I have it on good authority that TikTok actually restricts the viewership of streams that aren't done through TikTok Studio. Like, they can actually detect whether you're streaming from TikTok Studio or OBS, and they reduce the reach of your stream if you're not using their software. So honestly, the better solution would be to just not fucking stream on TikTok, which I'm this close to giving up on anyway, to be honest. I might just stop streaming on TikTok, because if I didn't stream on TikTok, I wouldn't need to have TikTok Studio open all the time. I wouldn't need to use split cam to manage my webcams. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe the problem is just streaming on TikTok, a platform that I fucking despise, by the way. This might be the straw that broke the camel's back. This might be the thing that actually finally gets me to stop using TikTok. At least for streaming. We'll just go ahead and stream on OBS stream on TikTok using OBS anyway and just chance it. That is a possibility. I could try doing that. I mean, it's not like TikTok can really reduce the viewership of my streams any more than they already have. But hey, at least the stream's watchable now and there's no lag problems. I'm honestly happy enough with it. It's just a shame that we had to turn the game's graphics down to get it to work. But as long as you can see the game alright, and you have seen what the game looks like on the highest settings, so you know what it's capable of looking like. It's just a shame that for the rest of the stream we're going to have to play it with the graphics turned down. It's a great game, great stream regardless of issues. Thank you, STFC. I appreciate that. Would you upload all your short form content to YouTube Shorts? I mean, if I stop streaming on TikTok, I'll still be posting videos there. I'm not planning on stopping my video posts. But I have been thinking about stopping streaming on TikTok for a long time. And I mean, most people don't stream on TikTok. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I know that people do stream on TikTok, but most big streamers don't stream on TikTok. They just stream on Purple. The fact that I stream on Purple and TikTok is unusual, you know what I mean? There aren't many streamers who do that. And frankly, sometimes I feel like, what's the point? Most of my audience has migrated over to Purple at this point. And I also think it's really annoying that I have to watch what I say on TikTok. Like, I'm literally not even allowed to call Purple its real name without TikTok getting pissed off. You know, I've made my thoughts on TikTok very clear in the past. For a long time, I've thought about giving up on streaming on TikTok and just doing videos there. The only reason I haven't really given up on streaming over on TikTok is because I do still have a handful of regular viewers over there, but almost everyone's on Purple now. Almost everyone's made the move over to Purple, you know what I mean? Thank you, P, for the Go Populars on TikTok, by the way. Slow down. I wouldn't have found you if it wasn't for TikTok. That's true. That is true, Sophie. And I do think a lot of people do discover my stuff through TikTok and then move over to Purple. That's the thing, like, the only thing that stops... The only reason I don't want to stream on TikTok is because of TikTok, like, as a platform. You know what I mean? I have so many... I have viewers over there, and I love making videos over there, and I love, you know, having an audience over there. I just hate TikTok as an app because of how badly managed it is. Oh, the lighting in the tunnels is very bad on the lower graphics settings. That's unfortunate. Oh, we're on a really steep hill here. We're never gonna make it. And we overshot again. God! It does... It's such a hard game as well. It really is. Oh, we're still nowhere near. Oh, thank you for the portal, P. Do you think this will be a permanent game? Ooh, I don't know, STFC. I'd definitely like to play it more often. I'd definitely like to play it again on stream. Whether it'll be a permanent edition, I don't know. I think it'll be something like I've been doing with Wonders of Sodor, where I'll play it whenever there's an update, or whenever there's new stuff added, maybe. Because I'm not finished with Wonders of Sodor yet. As soon as the first DLC comes out for that game, we are playing it, I'm telling you. And I think we'll probably do something similar with this game. Like, whenever there's a major update, new routes being added, or new engines, new EMUs being added. Train Sim Saturday once in a while, maybe 2 games in one. That's true, we could always do like a mixed Train Sim Saturday. Play a little bit of Train Sim Classic and a bit of this. And maybe a bit of Wonders of Sodor as well. Didn't mermaids get banned? No idea what you're talking about. Oh, we're overshooting. Shit. We're gonna have to start over again. You know what? Let's just do the express. I'm gonna do the express instead. I feel like it'll be easier. Because we don't have to stop as much. Why blue lips, says Connor? They're purple, Connor. Because I'm wearing a purple outfit. Yeah, let's do the Express. Why not? Gives us a chance to check out the DC-8 5000 as well. Or 8500, sorry. Really looking forward to Wonders of Sodor. Me too, Sophie, me too. As soon as there's some updates, I am quite excited to play more of that. Okay, so this is our Express EMU. What Roblox game is this? This is not Roblox, Scottish man from Glasgow. This is a game called Running Train. It's a brand new train sim game that came out about 2 weeks ago. I thought it was Roblox, as the game looks awful. I mean, you're literally just lying, Scottish man. But, you know, people tend to do that a lot in my streams. They just say literally the first thing that comes into their heads because they think it bothers me or something. And by the way, you're gay. Yes. Yes, I am. Well observed. I can prove it. You don't need to prove it. I am. Oh, we got a few new followers coming in. Thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate that. I'm not going to read out all the names because they're coming in very fast. But I do appreciate you all. Thank you very much. It's all thanks to P's portal. It is. Thank you very much for that portal, P. It's not Pride Month, it's Mental Health Awareness Month. It is Men's Mental Health Awareness Month, Shagger, that is true. It can be 2 months at once. Two things can happen at the same time. Crazy concept, I know. And also, if you'd like to support my charity fundraiser for mermaids this Pride Month, please do consider donating. You can scan the QR code on screen, or go to the link in my bio. I'm trying to raise money for an amazing charity that helps trans young people in the UK. We've raised £90 so far, so thank you so much to everybody who's already donated. As I say, there's a QR code on screen or a link in my bio. If you're watching on YouTube or Purple, you can use the command donate to get a donate link. Every single penny is going to be helping trans young people in the UK at a very difficult time. You know, it's not a good time to be transgender in this country, as my comment section on TikTok right now proves. So if you would like to help support young trans people in the UK, please do consider donating to my fundraiser this Pride Month. It'll be live until the 11th. Doesn't matter whether it's £1, £10, every single penny counts. And thank you once again to everyone who's already donated. Also, this train's a bit loud, isn't it? I'm going to turn the audio down a little bit. This train's a bit louder than the others. Wait, did I actually... I didn't apply the settings there. Oh wow, we're really moving now. Oh shit, slow down, slow down. Okay, we're moving very quickly all of a sudden. I'm trying to keep up with everything that's going on. Has TikTok hit that point in the stream? It has, STFC. It's thanks to P's portal. That's the thing, when you use a portal, it attracts a lot of viewers, but I think it kind of just pulls people in at random. So unfortunately, it can bring in some negative attention as well. But it's always nice to get a boost in viewership. So thank you for that, P. And we've got Draydog managing the chat, so he's keeping on top of any negative comments like that. Okay, 0.5 kilometers. Start slowing down. Just making sure Draydog has something to do, says P. Yeah, honestly. Oh, tell me we haven't overshot again. I keep overshooting. I'm not good at this game. I mean, you've seen how badly I overshoot in Train Simulator, to be honest. Is it any wonder that I'm terrible at it in this game, where you have to be even more accurate? All going well? It's good so far, Charlie. Good so far. Let's go. I'm at pizza job now. Nice one, Charlie. Have a good shift. Been on the go since 6. Damn. Things are running a lot smoother now, though. I think turning down the graphics was the best option. I know it's... I'm a bit disappointed that we couldn't see the game in all its glory on the high graphics, but you did get a good look at it at the beginning. You've seen how good it can look. I've just had to turn it down a bit for the stream. But you know, it's okay. Even now, even with this, it still looks pretty good. The only thing is the lighting's a little bit flat on the lower settings. Like, the texture quality still looks good and everything like that. What's with the blue lipstick? It's purple, Adam. It's to match my outfit. Ready to drop to 70. There we go. Non-stop through here. Looks good. Thanks, Adam. I wonder if we might get away with medium. I'm gonna eat, I'll be back later. No worries, Sophie, we'll see you later. There we go. We can get away with medium graphics, which honestly, even just going from low to medium makes quite a big difference. That's Oop. Wow, that is so much better, and it still looks good on the webcam as well. Yeah, I think we'll stick with this then. That's brilliant, actually. Really sorry about the portal bringing in trolls. Didn't wish to make anyone uncomfortable. It's okay, Pete. It's absolutely fine, honestly. Like I say, I appreciate the boost in viewers, and you know, it does. It's just because it's random. You know, you don't know who it's going to bring in. It pulls in like random viewers, and sometimes they're going to be trolls. Sometimes they're going to be people who are actually interested in the content. You know, it's unpredictable. I still appreciate it. Thank you very, very much for sending those, Pete. This game's truly optimized. I wish every game was like this. Honestly, like, look at this. This is... So I've currently got these... I've currently got the graphics on medium, and it still looks incredible. It still looks really good. I mean, it still looks better than Train Simulator. Right? Even on the lowest graphics, it looked better than Train Simulator. If you're a fan of train sim games, of like train driving games, get this game. Get Running Train. It is absolutely incredible. The only thing is, it's quite tricky. Testing out the wipers, I've not tried them before. Good, good. Train Sim's just a bad cash grab, says Irish Train Spotter. They sell you a game with tons of DLC and 99% of the content locked behind a paywall. I agree. I'm a big Train Sim fan and I play it a lot, but I agree. They are very greedy, shall we say, for want of a better words. And I do, like I was saying earlier, I do think that this puts them to shame. This game, this was developed by a single person. This was made by one guy, and it really, it's just shown them up. It honestly shows up Train Simulator so much, and it only costs like 15 quid. Like, I just can't sing this game's praises enough. I really can't say enough nice things about this game. It is fan-fucking-tastic. Hey, Chalky Trousers, thanks for following. How are you doing? Been a while since we've seen the kittens. How are they getting on? They're probably quite big now. Yeah, they're good. They're good. Yeah, they're getting a bit bigger, but they're all doing very well. Oh, I'm pressing the wrong button. I'm supposed to be accelerated. What game is it? It's called Running Train. Oh, looks like we are still having some camera problems. There's nothing else I could do about it. I've tried everything at this point. It is what it is. You've just got to live with it. Created by one person is crazy. Yeah, honestly, this is a solo developer. One person made this entire game. And you compare this to Train Simulator, which is like a huge, you know, Dovetail Games is a massive developer. Shows when something's a passion project versus a cash grab. Exactly. And Train Sim, again, I enjoy Train Simulator, you know me, I'm a big Train Sim fan, but it is a cash grab. It's very clear that the devs are just out to make as much money as they possibly can, right? This just feels like so much more passion has gone into it, so much time and effort. It's not even a real location. This much time and effort to make a location that looks like it could be a real place, but it's not. None of this is real. None of this exists in real life. It's astonishing. Oh hey Zeroiz, it's been a while. How are you doing? How have you been? And this is early access as well, by the way. This is an early access game, so it's not even finished, and it's already as good as it is. I'm doing good. I've been so busy, hence why I haven't been in the streams lately. That's okay, Zeroiz. That's okay. Hope you're doing well. There's only a tiny drop of this left. Got Rubicon Mango, by the way. There we go. And then I've got another Lucasade ready to go. No Monster again? Who are you? Where's the real soul? I've only got one can of Monster left at the minute, and I'm saving it for tomorrow for Abe's Exodus. Because we're going to be trying to play the whole game in one sitting. And I need a Monster for that. Oh shit. I've got a loose thread on my sleeve. Hold on. That'll do. Game name is Running Train, Morgs. Oddworld's always good laughs. It's a funny game. Yes. So excited to be playing that again for the first time in quite a while. What does the train look like? Here's the train from outside. I couldn't tell you exactly what train it's based on. I know the other one that we were driving earlier is based on the Kiha 40 series. They're all based on real trains, but they have like fictional numbers and stuff, fictional classes. What does the horn sound like? There's your horn. Oh, we are so late, by the way. So far behind schedule again. How are the internet issues? Haven't been caught up recently. So, the internet issues haven't been fixed, Zero is, but I've started using dynamic bit rate, sorry, on OBS. So whenever the internet cuts out, it automatically adjusts the stream quality, which means there's no more lag and there's no more dropped frames. So it looks like everything's back to normal, but actually I am still having internet problems. As long as the internet problems don't manifest on the stream, you know, as long as they're not obvious to the viewer, it's not as big of a deal, right? But I'm still having problems with it's the upload speed, really, that's been struggling. What do you think's easier to watch, VHS or DVD? Oh, DVD, 100%. Like, I'm all for nostalgia, you know, you've seen the Retro Corner, you know that I love my retro media and stuff like that, but objectively a DVD has better picture quality than a video. You can instantly jump to any point of it, rather than a video having to manually rewind and fast forward all the way through. You can fit so much more on a DVD, you know, a whole series of a TV show, versus sometimes on videos you can only fit 2 or 3 episodes on. DVD, objectively, much better in basically every conceivable way. And I say this as someone who loves videos for the nostalgia, you know. I think you can appreciate the nostalgia of something whilst also not pretending that it's better, because it's really not. DVDs are far superior. I just find it interesting we went from something the size of a brick to a skinny disc. Yeah, it's crazy, the difference, isn't it? I think really the only downside of DVDs is how easily they get scratched, you know? Videos are a bit harder to damage. But not indestructible, by any means. When are they fixing it, says P, says STF, Zero is, sorry, getting confused on who's talking to me right now. Funny thing about that is they're not fixing it. So they were supposed to come out, well, they were supposed to come out on the 21st of last month, then it was going to be the 28th, then it was going to be the 3rd of June, then when I rang them on the 3rd of June, they said, actually, there's no problem with your connection, so nobody's being sent out. Which is bullshit, because there is a problem with my connection, which is why I reported the problem. I just don't understand how they can palm me off and be like, well, we haven't detected a problem on our end. Like, I don't care whether you've detected a problem on your end or not. I'm telling you on my end that there is a problem and I need you to come out and check it out. And furthermore, a couple of days ago you told me there was a problem. So why have you suddenly decided that the problem doesn't exist anymore? Basically, they told me to restart my router and call them back next week if it hasn't improved. So that's very helpful for somebody who works from home. You know, just put up with the issues for another week and then call us back if it's still fucked. When's the last time you played Oddworld? Wasn't it your end of year stream, if I remember correctly? No, yes, yeah, we played the Game Boy games in the Christmas stream, didn't we? Because we finished Soulstorm during Jingle Jam last year, and then during the Christmas live stream we played the GBA, we played the Game Boy versions just for a bit of fun. God, they were so bad, weren't they? It's going to be nice to go back to the best game in the series again after that. Honestly, they're like, your internet's shit, too bad, everything's fine on our end. Yeah. That is basically what they've said. She actually said to me, the woman, I'm not even joking, the woman on the phone actually said to me that she would take a look at she'd do a quick check on, like she said, I'll do a quick check on our end and see if we can send out an engineer. And then when she did the check and it turned out that there was no problem detected on our end, she actually said to me, we can't send out an engineer unless we've detected a problem. She actually said that. She actually said, oh, it won't let me book an engineer's appointment for you because there's no fault to report. Like, I'm telling you that there's a fault. That should be enough for you to book an appointment. I'm telling you that there's a problem. Absolutely ridiculous. Down. Was the lady Welsh? There's a big EE call centre near me. She didn't sound Welsh, no. Can you protest in this and ask for 100k a year? I wonder how much Japanese train drivers actually get paid. Probably not a lot. I know that it's not the Japanese train drivers don't have a particularly high rate of job satisfaction because it's an incredibly demanding, you know, they're expected to keep such punctual timings and stuff. Which we have not been doing, by the way. We've been so bad at the timings today. Lots of fatalities on Japanese train lines too. Yeah. I think that has a lot to do with the population density as well, and the fact that there's so many level crossings, especially, you know, especially in Tokyo. Tokyo is just so dense, you know. Yeah, a lot of non-accidental fatalities as well. If you're late for your job because the train was late, I think the train companies take the blame. They do, yeah. In Tokyo, in Tokyo, they'll issue like apology notices if trains are more than 5 minutes late, which is absolutely insane to think about. And the thing is, like, on the surface, it sounds really great. Like, oh wow, look at that, their trains are always on time, and if it's like 5 minutes late, it's a really big deal. On the surface, it sounds great, but when you think about it from the perspective of an employee, you know, you think about it from the perspective of a train driver, the amount of pressure that they're under, like, I've heard stories about drivers being literally sent on retraining courses because they've been a few minutes late on a certain occasion. It's so strict and so demanding. Like, that punctuality comes at somebody else's expense, you know what I mean? It comes at the expense of the drivers and all the pressure that gets put on them. What do you identify as? I'm a trans woman, Finn. I've been out for about 5 years now, just under. Okay, we've actually successfully finished a drive. Would you believe it? What's everyone having for tea? Oh, we got a grade C, not bad. I don't know yet, P. Haven't decided yet. Will you change your voice, or is that not something you want to do? Not particularly, Harley. When I first came out, it was something that I put quite a lot of stock in, and I thought, you know, if I don't have a more feminine voice, it's gonna hold me back. But I care less and less about it every day, to be honest. I've kind of grown accustomed to just, you know, living with the voice that I have. A lot of people like my voice, you know. A lot of my viewers like the voice that I have, and I'm sure they'd be very supportive if I did do voice training as well. But I've been told by quite a lot of viewers that they like the sound of my voice, so, and I've gotten more comfortable with it as time's gone by. It's not a bad voice per se. Okay, let's try a full drive of the line again. This time we'll try and do it a bit better. There's no other way of saying it. I'll just try and be more good at it. Probably some burritos. Nice one. Nice one, STFC. Use the pain mask, says Pappy Chuckle. Okay, here we go. We're back in the slower train. So this is the one that's based on an Kiha 40 series, which I think are retired now. I think the last one's retired in the mid-2010s. So these no longer exist on Japanese railways, apart from, like, heritage services. But these were, like, one of the most common EMUs on the network. These were, like, very, very common across Japan. I think JR East were the last to retire them. My dog's ear got matted by being too close to the fan, so I cut it, and he looks awful. It's giving fuck-ass Bob. Oh, you mean hair? Do you mean hair, P? I think we're good for speed. Oh, the hair on his ears. Oh, he's a spaniel, right. Yeah. I'm gonna crack open my Lucozade. I thought you meant you cut your dog's ear for a second. I was like, why would you do that? Oh, we're coming in too fast. Shit. Oh no, we're okay, we're okay. Oh, look at that. Oh, brilliant. We lost a few points for brake smoothness, but right on the money. Men's Mental Health Month, by the way. It is Men's Mental Health Month, Max. How are you, what are you doing for Men's Mental Health Month? I'm raising money for Mermaids, a charity that helps young trans people in the UK, because it also happens to be Pride Month. But men's mental health is also very important. You know, do you have a fundraiser that I can donate to, Max? Are you going to any sort of events or anything like that to raise awareness for men's mental health? Let me know. Let me know how I can help to support any any awareness campaign or fundraiser that you might be doing. So far, so good. First station was very successful. Apart from a few lost points for brake quality. And now we're speeding. I didn't realise we were speeding. Shit. Well, we've lost points for that as well. Just waiting for someone to say we're prioritising pride over men's mental health. Yeah, that's what they all want to say, Dre Dog. Honestly, That's the thing. I mean, I was being a bit sarcastic there towards poor old Max, but you know, there's always people joining and saying stuff like, "Oh, it's Men's Mental Health Month, by the way." Like, okay, yes, it is. Are you doing anything for that? Are you raising money for men's mental health? Are you raising awareness of men's mental health, or are you just saying that it's Men's Mental Health Month because it's also Pride Month and you want to just try and start an argument? You know what I mean? Like, yeah, men's mental health is very important, and I'm sure there are people out there who are raising awareness and raising money for men's mental health this month. But you're not doing that. You're just using it as a retort because it also happens to be Pride Month, you know what I mean? We've also just completely overshot the station there. I'm going to start again. Stream going okay? It is, Charlie. Yes, good so far. It's just this game. Like, I love the game, but as you can see, it's hard. I'm sure at this point you've gotten a very good idea of how tricky this game is. I just want to do one good drive where we don't end up quitting halfway through because we've overshot a platform so badly. Okay, here we go. Try again, Saul. Try again. If at first you don't succeed, etc., etc. How's everyone holding up on Purple? According to my stream manager, we've only got one viewer on Purple right now. I wonder who that is. Spotted me and STFC going over to TikTok to see Mac's response to your bird. Oh, yeah. His response was non-existent, as it turns out. I suspected it might be. Oh, I'm starting again. We're right at the beginning. I'm just going to start again this time. Immediately way over the speed limit. There we go. All I want is to get one good drive where we make as few mistakes as possible. One viewer and that's me. How you doing? Hey, Leon. How are you doing today? We do have a couple more viewers. It's just, yeah, it never shows the right number, does it? Had a good day? I'm glad to hear it, Leon. Okay, hit the brakes. We got a whole minute to get there, so let's take it easy. That's the thing, it's the overshooting that slows me down, really, is having to reverse back up every time I overshoot. If I just start slowing down earlier... Should we organise an Ashbridge Industries Japan trip? Yeah, let's do a Japan meetup. Okay, good. Very good. Wait till 2050. Okay, any second now. We're going to be ready to move off promptly. Beautiful stop. Thank you, P. I think that might have been the best stop we've done today so far. Very, very good. Now, can we sustain it? Can we keep it up for the rest of the drive? Next stop's only 1 kilometre away. Okay, once again, we have plenty of time. We got over 1 minute left to get there. Why are you dressed like a girl, says Aloixiax. Take a guess. Okay, slowing down, slowing down. Femboy? No, I'm transgender. Say No to Pride says, I hate Pride Month, boo-hoo, we hate Pride. Thank you for your comment, Say No to Pride. If you love Pride Month and you'd like to donate some money to a wonderful pro-trans charity this Pride Month, then please do consider checking out the link in my bio. I'm trying to raise money for Mermaids, a wonderful charity that helps young trans people in the UK. We've raised £90 for them so far. Every single penny that you donate will be going directly to Mermaids, so please do check them out. Thank you to everyone who's already donated. There's a link in my bio or a QR code on screen. Okay, that one was slightly less perfect, but still not a bad stop. Still not bad. We lost a few points for brake quality. But that's because I was a bit distracted by Say No to Pride, who felt the need to say, I hate Pride Month, boo-hoo, we hate Pride, approximately 3 dozen times. Because saying it once just isn't enough. .3 kilometers. Let's take it calmly, slowly. We don't need to be there for another minute and 15 seconds. 2. Yeah, I think we've definitely found the right strategy, which is just to slow down well in advance of the station. Oh, we might be a bit too fast here. Come on, stop, 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 stop! Oh, no! Okay, that's our first overshoot of this drive. We can correct, we can correct. Whew. Okay, we lost a little bit of time, and we overshot very slightly, but we're okay. The score's still looking good. Off we go. Next station is Hayakawa. The precision needed is crazy. It really is. The game does add a lot of quality of life features that Train Sim World doesn't have. That's very true. Like I say, I think the on-screen elements are a lot more helpful than you get in Train Simulator. I love having the signal. That's very good. Not only does it show you the colour of the signal, but it shows you what type of signal it is as well. That's a really nice touch. Okay. Another good stop. Another good stop. Next station is going to be Komori in about 3 minutes. We're doing so much better than we've done so far, so I'm happy about that. Oh, thank you for the stretch, P. Oh, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Oh, we're already doing 95 anyway. Oh, the hill, though. The hill's going to speed us up. Don't you dare. That's it. What's been your favourite train you've used, or are they all similar? I think probably this one's the best one. I'm a big fan of the Kiha 40 series anyway, and it's very fun to drive in-game. The little one, I can't remember what the little one's called, but that one's a pain in the arse because of the brakes. There just aren't enough brake notches, makes it really hard to stop with. This is a lot easier to control when it comes to stopping. Oh, we're coming in way too slow. Yeah, I just haven't yet quite got the hang of stopping distances with these trains. I'm either coming in too slow or I'm overshooting, you know? But I'm getting there. Oh, see? Look, see now, this time we've stopped short. We haven't done that before yet. It's the first time we've stopped short. Okay, ready? Go. Next station is Omishima in another 2 minutes. 2.4 kilometers, 2 minutes. Jesus, right. Best get our foot down. Slowing it down. Just a bit. 1 kilometer to go. We've still got an entire minute to get there. Stop, stop, stop. Okay. Again with the braking smoothness. That's what's letting us down now. We've gotten a lot more accurate with the stops, but we're still having problems with the braking smoothness. end up hitting the brakes a little bit too sharply right at the last second, you know? On the whole, though, it's not gone... Well, it's gone a lot better than the previous drives. Let's put it that way. We do still have a couple more stops, though. Okay, off we go. Next up is Iwaminato. 3 kilometers away, and about 3 minutes. How's everyone holding up? Everyone good? Okay, 2.4 to go. Sat with tissues up the nose. No worries, P. So in real life, if you're like 0.0001 meters off, would you have to go back? I honestly don't know how it works, IRL. I think it'd just be like a disciplinary, which is absolutely insane to even think about. But I imagine that if you like miss the marker too many times, you'd get talking to over it. I don't think you'd be expected to back up every single time if you were like a few centimeters off. But what do I know? I'm no Japanese train driver. Oh, we're coming in way too fast. Hold on. That's it. Down we come. Down. Easy. That's it. Now just glide forward. And stop, 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 stop. No. Oh, you see, again, that last second, the last few moments, I always end up rolling in just a little bit too fast, and then I have to be a bit too hard on the brakes. And we keep losing XP points because of the braking quality. Everything else is fine. We've really got the hang of stopping on time, you know, in the right area now. But we just keep having to hit the brakes just a little bit too harshly right at the last moment. Anyway, next station is Kaguradai. You know, if I was actually playing this realistically, I should be like pointing all over the place and stuff as well, because that's what Japanese train drivers do, right? In fact, you can even see the driver doing it. Watch, hang on. Oh, you can't really see it in this train, but if you look on the external camera, you can actually see them doing all the pointing and stuff. That's what I should be doing, really. Every time I pass a signal, I should be pointing and you know, doing whatever else. I don't actually know what they point at specifically. Is this game based on Japan? It is, Leon, yes. It's a fictional map, but it's based on the east coast of Japan. All the engines, all the multiple units are based on real rolling stock, but again, like fictionalized names and numbers and stuff. See, I know how the lights work now, I've learned. I'm getting better. Oh, we're coming in way too slow. Come on. That's it, come on, ease it down. Oh, we're late, we're late, we're late, we're late, we're late. And again with the brake quality right at the end. Love the blue. Thank you, Quinn. It's actually purple. It does look a bit blue on camera right now. But that's just because of the lighting. It is, I promise it's purple. But this is my 6th outfit of the Pride flag. Tomorrow I'm going to be wearing white. And then we still got pink, baby blue, brown and black to do over the next few days. Tonight we bald, says he. Are you really, E? Next station is Uetsu, 1.4 kilometers. Okay, lights. We're about to enter a tunnel. Oh, short tunnel. Oh no, are we coming in too fast? We might be okay. Oh, now that is a stop. Look at that. Look at that. We were about 15 seconds late, but no brake penalty at all. The brake quality was smooth as butter. That was good. That was really good. Had to pop off for tea. Everything okay? Yeah, we're all good, Dre Dog. We're all good. Don't worry. Perfect. Thank you, STFC. If only we were slightly faster. But no, that was a good... That might have been one of our best stops so far. Next station is Shiohama. There's a lot of stations. It's a longer line than I realised. Again, I can't help but appreciate the fact that a single person made this, because it's so big. Like, so much work has gone into it. Okay, ready, and release the throttle. Start braking now. Oh, there's a speed limit of 80 about to pop up. Come on. Good. Okay, bring it down. Bring it down. Oh, right down. We're coming in too fast. Oh no, this might be an overshoot. This might be our first overshoot of this drive. Or maybe not. Oh, look at that. We lost brake quality again, but very good stop. Very good stop. Off we go. Oh, only 2 stops to go. We got Imao Cho in about 3 minutes, and then Nagara is our terminus. This has been the best drive so far. I'm actually really enjoying the game now. Now that we fixed the camera issues earlier, we fixed the lag problems, we got the graphics just how we want them, and I've started to get the hang of the drive-in. I've really enjoyed this stream. Shame we haven't had any donations today, but, you know, there's still an hour left. If you haven't already, please do consider donating. I'm trying to raise money for mermaids this Pride Month. There's a QR code on screen or a link in my bio. We've raised £90 so far. Every single penny is going towards an amazing charity that helps young trans people in the UK. So please do donate if you can. And once again, thank you to everyone who already has, of course. I would like to beat the amount that we raised for Jingle Jam last year, which was actually no, I think we raised £168 last year. I don't think we're going to beat that. We'd need to raise another 80 in the next 5 days, which I don't think we're going to do. Like I said, I appreciate everyone who's already donated, but we haven't had any new donations since Thursday, and it's now Saturday. I hope we at least get 1 or 2 more before the end of it, but I don't... if we can breach 100, if we can get over 100, I'd be satisfied with that. The thing is, because it's not like an official fundraiser like Jingle Jam, there's no incentives that I can offer. Like with Jingle Jam, you could get the games collection if you donated more than 35, which encouraged people to make higher donations. Can't really offer stuff like that when it's a fundraiser that I've set up myself, so it's understandable that we're probably not going to raise as much as we did for Jingle Jam last year, but if we can get over £100, that'd be, you know, we've only got £10 to go. That'd be brilliant. Look at that. Oh wow, look at that. I was so distracted talking about the fundraiser, I didn't realise we just made an even more perfect stop. Holy shit, that was good. That was really good. Okay, next stop is the last. Let's hope we don't blow it all right at the end. 5 minutes to Nagara, 4 kilometers away. Hello, Sophie. Welcome back. How you doing? You've missed out, Sophie. We've had a really, really good drive while you've been away. I've suddenly got the hang of the game, and we're doing really well now. Okay, 3 kilometers to go. How's the stream? Very good, very good. I was just saying, I hope we can get a couple more donations tonight, perhaps. If we could get £10 tonight, not even just from one person. If five of you could give £2 each, we could hit £100 tonight. I'm just saying. That's all it takes. And the thing is, normally I don't like begging, you know. I hate when it comes to, oh shit, whoa, we're massively over speed. Oh no no no, slow down! What the hell? Why did the speed limit suddenly drop to 65? Oh, bollocks! Well, that's not good. Anyway, like I was saying. Normally, I don't like sitting here and being like, oh, please become a subscriber, please become a Patreon, because it feels like begging, you know. But this is for charity, so donate, please donate money to charity. Come on, you know you want to. Even if you can only spare £1. If 10 people can spare £1 right now, we'd hit our goal of £100, because we're only £10 away from it. I'm losing XP, but I don't care. I don't care. We've come this far. Throwing away all those hard-earned XP points right at the end. But yeah, honestly, just donate £1. If you've got £1 right now in your bank account, 100 pence. If you've got a pound, donate it, please. Because again, if 100 people did that, that's £100, right? That's something that on the Jingle Jam live streams, something that Nilesy from the Professional stream normally does is they do something called a dollar drive, where they'll challenge people for like 2 hours. For the next 2 hours, everyone donate $1. You know what I mean? And that adds up so quickly. Like you don't have to donate £50. You know what I mean? Just a pound. And if everyone does the same, that's a lot of money. That's all I'm saying. You know, if you've got a pound lying around for charity, scan the QR codes, use the command donate. It's all for a very good cause. With that being said, we're at the end of the line. We've reached Nagara. Punctually. We've done very well. This has been a good drive. This has been so much better than the previous drive. We might actually get a decent rating for this. Let's find out. C. Holy shit. C. Or that level of accuracy, that level of effort, and we got a C. Wow. I mean, that gives you some idea of how challenging this game is, right? Good lord. All of that for a grade C. Oh well. It was a good drive, though. It was a very good drive. Hi, Riley. How you doing? I liked it. Okay, what shall we do next? I'd kind of like to see... Sorry. I'd kind of like to see what the branch line looks like in the snow. Let's do a snowy drive. We haven't seen it in winter yet. Oh, thank you for the stretch, Sophie. Good, thanks. Is today blue on the pride flag? It's purple, Riley. It's purple. It might look quite blue on the camera, but this is purple that I'm wearing right now. Oh no, if we play in snow, we get a wet surface bonus. That means it's going to be even harder to handle in the snow, isn't it? We can also adjust the difficulty settings even further. Look at this. We can hide the UI. We can hide the speedometer. And we can set hard mode. Oh my god. Yeah, we're not going to do that. We're not going to do that. How do I turn it back off? Ah, there we go. But I will put on snow, because I'm kind of intrigued to see what it looks like, you know? Oh, wow. Lovely. Okay, any second now. We're just waiting for the all clear to start moving off. I may restart the stream on TikTok at 7 o'clock, by the way. See if we can get a quick boost in views for the last hour. Like I say, I'm really keeping my fingers crossed and really hoping that we can get another £10 in donations today. Because we didn't get any at all yesterday. It'd be such a shame if we didn't get any today either. I bet Hightail will get some good views, though. Looking forward to that on Monday, because I feel like that stream will actually get a good viewership. Okay, waiting for depart. Go. Next station, Kitami. This is beautiful, by the way. It looks really good in the snow as well. That's another thing that's definitely improved over Train Simulator. Because I feel like in Train Simulator, the snow just looks like just a pure white texture on the ground, you know, just solid white. This actually looks like it snowed, you know what I mean? This is very, very well done. Everything about this game is very, very well done. It's just such... I know I keep saying it, but I can't say enough nice things about it. I just can't help but praise this game, because it is amazing. It's brilliant. BRB, I'll take my medicine. No worries, Sophie, no worries. Yeah, it's amazing. It really is STFC. It really is. Like I say, I hope you'll check it out. I hope you'll give the game a go, because it is so, so worth it. Oof. Okay, it is exactly 7 o'clock, so I'm going to very quickly restart the stream on TikTok. I will be right back. See you in just a moment. And we'll see if we can get a little boost in views out for the last hour. Although I have a feeling... Let me just check. Okay. Okay, TikTok's back up and running. Let's continue. Ready to depart any second now. Probably will. The price is really good, under £20. Yeah, honestly, very reasonably priced as well. Like, consider how much Train Sim costs. Not just the DLC, but just the base game of Train Sim. This only costs like 15 quid. It's an exceptional price for what you get. I'm beyond impressed. I'm so enamored with this game. I'm so totally and thoroughly impressed by it. Okay, we've got a speed limit of 20 coming up. I think that's because this is the pass-in area of the line. Yeah, slow it down. Welcome back, Sophie. How are you doing? Okay, we are running quite late, though. We've lost quite a lot of time. I think we've been dawdling a little bit too much. Yep, I had a feeling that might happen. Thanks for that, TikTok. Okay, shut up. Okay, 21:50 is our departure time. Any second now. Go. Next station, Ise Yamadera. So do we get the bonus in the rain as well? Because rain also affects the track, you know, adhesion. I wonder. I don't think it said we do. But surely we must. Oh no, no, not an overshoot, not an overshoot. Shit. Okay, we just avoided an overshoot, but we did lose a lot of brake smoothness there. Could have been worse. Could have been worse. Okay, off we go. Oh, we're really struggling up this hill out of that station. Next station's Murakami, 0.6 kilometers, so it's right at the other end of this tunnel, I believe. Yeah, it's up a very steep hill again, though. This is going to be a tricky one to stop at. Because we can't, if we slow down too much on the hill, we're going to get stopped. Yeah, look at this. Oh, God. And we are quite late as well. We've lost quite a bit of time throughout. We're about 15 seconds late right now. Stop, 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 stop! Oh no, we have overshot this time. Shit. Back, 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 back. Come on, I literally do not have time for this. Okay. You sorted the lag. We did, Jay. We did. Just had to fiddle with the game's graphics settings a bit, but it's all good, and the game still looks wonderful, so I'm not too upset about it. It was unwatchable earlier. No, I get it. I get it, Jay. Good to have you back, though. So the next station is Ise. That is the terminus of the line. And we've done really well. Our score's 70%. Hopefully we might actually get a B this time. What does terminus mean? It's the last station on the line. End of the line. Slow it down. Yep. Yep. Slow, 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 slow. Right down. Oh, no, wait. Is it going to drop to 45? Shit, it is. It is. The drop to 45 wasn't clearly marked. Oh, please don't overshoot. Stop, 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 stop. Oh, that's bad. That is... that's going to be a really bad overshoot. Yep. Backwards quickly. God, this one fell apart a bit at the end. This one was going really well until the last couple of stations, and we've lost it. It's all fallen apart. Oh, we lost so much XP at the end there. Damn it. Happy Pride Month! Hey, Tori, how are you doing? Happy Pride Month. Happy Pride, everyone. If you've just tuned in, how are you doing? Hope you're having a good time. Let's see what grade we got. Hello, Jointson. How are you doing? C again. C. I bet it would have been a B if we didn't overshoot at Murakami and Ise. Those last two stations we overshot. We were also 69, nice, 69 seconds late at Ise. How did we get that delayed? Unfortunate. Very unfortunate. Okay, I think we've probably got to... Well, it's only 10 past 7. We got another 50 minutes, so we can do a couple more drives. Before we do, though, I just want to mention for everybody, just want to remind you that I am fundraising this Pride Month for Mermaids. Mermaids is a charity in the UK that supports young trans people. They've got online resources, in-person groups, forums for parents of trans young people and for young trans people themselves. It's not a great time to be trans in the UK right now, and especially for young trans people. So if you'd like to support trans teenagers and trans children and young trans adults in the UK this Pride Month, please do consider donating. You can scan the QR code on screen now, or if you're watching on TikTok, there's a link in my bio. If you're watching on YouTube or Purple, you can use the command donate to get a link to the donations page. Every single penny counts. We've raised £90 so far. You know, if you can chip in £1, that's absolutely fine. If you can chip in more, that's even better. But every single penny is going towards a really amazing charity that supports young trans people in this country. So please do consider donating. And thank you so much to everybody who's already donated. It's very, very much appreciated. With that being said, let's dive in to another drive. Let's go back to the main line. Let's do... Oh, this is the main line. Use the toilets you want to. You only live once. Well said, Tori. Well said. Let's do Nagara to Omishima. I think we did this one at the start, but we gave up on it because we were doing very badly. We'll try this one again. We'll do... Let's do winter again, but no snow this time. Oh, I see. We can't have rain. We can only have rain in the spring. Okay, let's try rain, though. I'm interested in seeing what it's like in the rain. It's definitely not good to be young and trans in the UK. Very, very true, Sophie. It's not a good time for any trans people right now, but especially for kids, you know. But yeah, Mermaids is there to help. Mermaids is providing support for young trans people, so please do donate. Once again, I was really hoping that we'd reach £100 today. We're still £10 short. So if you want to be that person who donates £10 and takes us to the 100 mark, that would be just totally amazing. But you don't have to. You know, if 10 people donated £1 each, that'd still get us there. So if like I said earlier, if you've got £1 in your bank account, if you've got £1 lying around that you're not using, please do consider donating. Every single penny helps. And I'm just so grateful to everyone who's already donated. You know, thank you all so much, everyone who's already chipped in. Okay, are we ready to go? Yep, let's go. I got so excited about the unisex bathroom opposite my hospital ward yesterday. I saw that, Sophie. Yeah, that was quite a pleasant surprise, I guess. Okay, we're on the move. The rain is raining. Also, once again, the rain looks good. We all knew the rain was going to look good after we saw the snow. Everything about this game looks good, but this rain, again, very impressive, as with everything else. Tori says, I think unisex toilets should be everywhere. I agree. I agree. I honestly don't see why it can't be done. Well, I can see why it can't be done. I am aware of the reasons that people, you know, cite that it can't be done, but those reasons are bullshit, and it can actually be done. Okay, we're doing very good so far. We are approaching our first stop. So here's where we really see... This is going to set the tone for the rest of the drive, really. If this is a good stop, that's a good sign. If it's a bad stop, bad omen, you know? Sorry, I had an itch in my ear. Oh, we're coming in too slow. We might end up being late. That would also not be very good. No. Oh, we're going to overshoot. We're going to overshoot. It's a bad start. It's a bad start. Okay, that set us up for failure then. That has set us up for... the rest of the drive is going to be just as disastrous. 10 seconds late, and we overshot the platform. Bollocks. It's so stupid, says Tori. Fine if you don't want non-binary or trans people in the male and female toilets, but at least offer alternatives. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. Like, there's no alternate provision made, really. Like, they don't want... Like, in the case of trans women, they don't want us to go into the women's toilets, but they don't actually want us to go into the men's either. They don't want us to be able to use any toilet in public. And surely, instead of there being, like, a dozen men's cubicles, a dozen women's cubicles, and then one gender-neutral cubicle in the form of a disabled toilet, surely it should be the other way around. Surely you should have, like, 20 unisex toilets, and then have a separate cubicle just in case anyone wants to, you know, use a male-only or female-only space. I don't understand why... You know, ironically, because they accuse us of this all the time, I don't understand why we're trying to appease a tiny minority of people, because most people are in favour of gender-neutral toilets. It's only a small minority of people who are like, oh, I don't want to share my bathroom with a trans woman. Like, why are we catering to their demands on this? Which, again, is ironic, because they accuse us of the exact same thing. They're like, oh, why are we kowtowing to trans people? Trans people are overwhelmingly supported. You know what I mean? Like, if you look at actual statistics, if you look at the actual... Ignore the fucking media and look at what people on the street actually think about trans people. They're very supportive. So the reality of the situation is that the minority, the vocal minority that we're constantly trying to appease, is the transphobes. Hi Matthew, how you doing? Like your game, love trains. Thank you, Autumn. It is a really good game. This is called Running Train. It's available on Steam for £15. Very cheap. Highly recommend it. Oh, are we going to overshoot again? Oh, not this time. We are slightly late still, but honestly, I think being late is better than overshooting in terms of the amount of points that you get. You get more points for the stop accuracy than you do for the timing. Gonna play some Hitman in a bit. Nice one, Matthew. Enjoy that. Okay, off we go. Next station is Uetsu. What was the game again? The game's called Running Train, Matthew. Sophie says, I was once verbally abused by 3 men much taller and bigger than me because I used the men's bathroom because I know I won't be welcome in the women's. That's exactly my point. I'm so sorry you had to go through that. But that's exactly my point. They don't want us to use the women's toilets, but they don't want us to use the men's toilets either. If you're transgender, they don't want you to use any toilet. They don't want you to use any facility. They don't want you to exist, full stop. They just don't want to see you in public. And I'm sick of pretending that that's not the case. Everyone always tells me that I'm overreacting, but what more proof do you need? They just don't want us to exist at all. They just don't want us to be seen or heard, full stop. Why are we pretending that that's not the case? Because it is. Anyway, sorry. This is supposed to be, you know, it's Pride Month. It's supposed to be a happy occasion. We're supposed to be celebrating queer and trans pride, you know. I'm sorry that happened to you, Sophie, but, you know, one day we're going to live in a world where that's not the case. You know, one day, eventually, we'll get there. We'll get there, you know. You've got to... That's why pride is so important, you know. We've got to keep standing up for ourselves and keep being loud, because that's exactly what they don't want right now. They don't want us to be loud. They don't want us standing up and being proud of ourselves, which is why it's more important than ever for us to do that. You know, I'm never going to apologize for who I am. I'm never going to stop being trans. I'm never going to pretend that I'm not trans. I'm never going to hide myself away because they don't want me to be seen or heard. The only way that we're ever going to be accepted is if we keep pushing. And they'll tell you the opposite. They'll say, you know, well, if trans people were just quiet about it, you know, if you just shut up and didn't make it your whole personality, then maybe people would accept you. That's not true. That's not true. The only way we're ever going to get accepted is if we keep standing up and making a scene. That is the only way. So keep doing it. Keep being loud. The reason they tell you to stop being loud, the reason that they keep saying, oh, well, if you just shut up about it, is because they want you to shut up about it. They want you to be quiet. Because actually, the quieter you are, the easier you are to be silenced, right? Stand up, be loud, be proud, because that is exactly what they don't want you to do. Hi, Matt Walter, how are you doing? What's this about toilets, says Matthew? Oh, we're just discussing well, just the general attitudes around trans women in toilets in the UK right now. And I do specify trans women because you know, trans men and non-binary people do get a lot of flack as well, but the vitriol is almost always directed at trans women specifically, and then trans men and non-binary people tend to get caught in the crossfire. You know, they're just completely left out of the discussion. Nobody even considers how, you know, policies like this affect trans men. It's always about trans women. It's always about, oh, keep trans women out of real women's spaces and whatever other bullshit. And like with this recent, guidance that's been debated in Parliament, completely unworkable, completely unenforceable. It's just so bizarre to me how anyone can look at that guidance and think, oh yeah, this makes perfect sense. This is going to be really easy and sensible to enforce, It's just such a big... It's a mountain out of a molehill, really, which is the point, Make a big deal of it. Make it out to be this huge issue, when in reality most people don't really care. Most people are fine with having trans women in women's toilets. Most people are fine with trans men using men's toilets. But you've got to make it seem like people don't, because then you can start legislating against it, right? Which is exactly what's happening right now. But I think that we're going to reach a turning point quite soon. I think the rise in transphobia over the last few years, it's kind of been getting progressively worse and worse, but I think it's gonna... There's gonna come a time where the bar gets so low that people start to realise, there is gonna come a time where even the most transphobic people out there are going to be like, hang on a minute, maybe we're being a bit unfair. I think that's going to happen. I do. Like, looking at the way that certain figures in the media talk about trans people and realising how insane some of the things they say are, I have to believe that eventually they'll say something so extreme that sensible people will realise. Sensible people will say, hang on a minute, have we gone too far with this? Have we just spent the last decade attacking a minority group and trying to erase them from existence? I think that's going to happen. I think there will come a turning point where the average person will realise that it's all gone too far, that transphobia has gone too far. And I just hope it happens soon. Because I kind of feel like it's one of those situations where things have got to get worse before they get better, in a way, if that makes sense. Like, and things are pretty bad right now, but there are still people out there who genuinely don't understand how bad things are. There are people out there who are not necessarily transphobic, but they are genuinely not aware of what's happening to trans people right now. And I just think things are going to have to get worse before the average person starts to realise and starts to demand change. I think that's the unfortunate reality of it. Things will get better, but not until they've gotten worse. Which is a rather unpleasant thought, but I genuinely do believe that. I think things will get worse before they get better, but they will get better. Eventually, they will get better. Let people be happy and be themselves. It doesn't affect you, so just let them be. Exactly, Fred. Exactly. Would you ever stream on Kick? Says Leon. I have been thinking about it, Leon. I have considered it. I'm not saying for definite whether I will or won't, but it is definitely something that I have been thinking about, because, not to be crude or anything, but you do get a much larger cut on Kick. You get 95% of subs on Kick, whereas Purple only gives 50%. So just in terms of pure money, it's not all about the money, but if it was just about the money, then Kick would be a very sensible place to go. And I've heard about the kind of people that Kick normally attracts, but I think any platform, you know, you've just got to find the right audience. Like there are people of all sorts on TikTok as well. God knows, you know, I get a lot of them in my chat, but you just have to hope that eventually you'll find the right audience, and once you do, you know, Bob's your uncle. So yeah, it's a possibility, is what I'm saying. Two-spirited people have always existed in native cultures. Erasure will never happen. Very well said, Tori. So many cultures, so many historical cultures have had some concept of a third gender, or of transgender people. It's really only since the spread of colonialism that the rigid two-gender system has been enforced in a lot of cultures. Which is insane if you think about it, because, you know, transphobes are always going on about how, you know, being trans is a modern invention. There never used to be trans people. They just appeared one day and started demanding rights. But actually, it's entirely the opposite way round. Trans people have existed in some form in so many cultures throughout history, and it was only really when the Abrahamic religions started spreading. The Abrahamic religions have a two-gender system, which is fine, but then when they spread through, like, the Crusades and stuff like that, they pushed that rigid two-gender system onto cultures that previously didn't have it. And now you've ended up you've ended up in a situation where nowadays the idea of a third gender, or the idea of trans people, is seen as this weird, unusual thing, because it's been so thoroughly squashed down in all the places that it used to exist, right? Says a lot about Western culture when you think about it. That is true. That's very true, Tori. Again, like, I feel like not enough people realise the effect that colonialism and crusades and just the spread of Western culture in general, people don't realise how much of an effect that has had on the cultures of the world, right? Like, Japan's a good example. Japan is a good example. In feudal Japan, before the West were involved in Japan, before the Portuguese first landed in Japan, homosexuality was not frowned upon. Homosexuality was an accepted and understood thing in, like, feudal era Japan. But nowadays, in 21st century Japan, gay marriage is illegal. I'm pretty sure gay marriage is still illegal in Japan, and there's, like, this massive wave of homophobia in Japan today. 500 years ago, being gay in Japan was fine. What changed? What changed is the Portuguese came over and Western culture took over. You know what I mean? And you look at Japan today, the only reason that Japan is such a homophobic and transphobic country today, like on a national level, on a legislative level, is because of the influence of Western culture. And you see the same story happen in so many other places, so many other countries where trans people and gay people used to be just an accepted part of life, and then along comes the Crusades, and suddenly, nope, you can't be gay anymore, you can't be trans anymore. Those things are weird and unusual. You know what I mean? Okay, slowing it down. Getting back to the game, by the way, we have not been doing too well on this drive. It's not been the best. The thing with being gay is shown in the Shogun TV show as well. That's another interesting thing about Japan in particular, is there's such a huge disconnect between the older and younger generation, I think. and it's. I mean, you kind of see the same in other countries as well. You see the same in the UK. You know, younger people tend to be more accepting of homosexuality and trans people and stuff like that. But in Japan, the divide is exacerbated by the fact that Japan has an aging population. Like, Japan has one of the oldest populations in the world on average because they have a very low birth rate and a very high life expectancy. So proportionally, there are so many more older people than there are younger people. So even though younger Japanese people do tend to be quite accepting, and even though Japanese media tends to have lots of queer characters, there's loads of gay people in Japanese TV shows, there's loads of trans people, you know, in anime and stuff like that. Even though that is the case, you still have, like, on a legislative level, on a legal level, on a political level, trans and gay people are widely not accepted. And it's interesting to see that kind of disconnect because, again, we see the same thing in the UK, but not to the same extent. Like, in the UK, trans people are a huge political debate right now. They're a huge political hot potato, right? Everyone, you know, it seems like you can't go 5 minutes without there being some political discussion about trans people. But then if you look at media, if you look at the way that younger people tend to act towards trans people, they're a lot more accepting, and it's so bizarre to see this disconnect between, you know, the way that the average person sees trans people and the way that politics is trying to frame trans people. So why is Japan such a haven for trans people, says Sophie. Like, 4 of my trans friends have been there. That's a good point. I think if you stay in the big cities, it's a very good place to be. Especially, you know, if you stay in, like, Tokyo, Osaka, Kyoto, it's a much more accepting place. I think if you get out into the countryside, I mean, you know, same thing in this country, you know, the more rural you get, the less accepting people tend to be. I'm not saying that there are, you know, places in Japan that are very accepting of queer people, but on the whole, you know, and especially in quieter, in smaller towns, in rural areas, the further you get from the big cities, the less acceptance you're going to see, right? Which, again, is kind of true for the UK as well. Thailand and the Philippines is the same, says Pappy Chuckle. Yeah, exactly. I mean, you think about the Philippines, you know, we all know about ladyboys. You've all heard, you know, the Philippines is famous for trans people, basically. And they may have been called some unsavory names over the years, but, you know, the Philippines is known for having a large population of trans people, and yet if you go out into the sticks, if you go out into the middle of nowhere in the Philippines, if you go out to some tiny village, I guarantee there's going to be a load of transphobes there. It's the same anywhere. I really do feel like the further you get from the city, the more rural you get, the less accepting people tend to be of queerness. And that's not me trying to take a shit on rural communities, because I live in a fairly... I'd say I live in a suburban community, but it is fairly, like, it's a fairly small community, and I'm quite accepted, you know, in my local neighborhood, but I do think, generally speaking, you tend to see that because cities tend to be more multicultural, there's more of a mix of people from different places, there tends to be greater acceptance for queerness. That's my observation, anyway. Anyway, we are now at Omishima. We are very late. But, good drive. We've only got 20 minutes left, so do we have time for another drive? I honestly don't know. If I can find... We could do another We could do another branch line, because those are only 12 minutes. Or we could do some nighttime driving. We haven't done any night driving yet, have we? Okay, grade C again. It seems like C is round about where we're at the minute. Which is not awful. It's a pass. I come from a 5-generation farming family, and I feel accepted here. That's good to hear, Sophie. Like I say, honestly, I live in a small village, and I feel very accepted as well. Like I say, I'm not trying to shit on people from rural communities by any stretch of the imagination. I'm just saying, you know, because cities tend to be more multicultural, there tends to be a greater amount of acceptance in those places, and like the further out you go, the less acceptance you see, as a general rule. Again, in my experience, I have been very accepted by my fairly rural community, so you know, it's more of a trend, you know, than a hard rule, if you get what I mean. Anyway, let's do another drive. Ah, 19 minutes. We could have just enough time to do a 19-minute drive. And, you know, if we run over by a few minutes, what the hell? Doesn't really matter, does it? Let's give it a go. And we'll not do any extras today. We'll just go as we are. Before we embark on our final drive of the day, I'm going to do one last mention of the fundraiser. So if you would like to support trans young people in the UK this Pride Month, please do consider donating to my Mermaids fundraiser. There's a QR code on screen right now. Mermaids is a charity in the UK which provides help and support to young trans people and their families. They have a helpline, they have online forums, they have in-person community groups. They do amazing work for young trans people at a very difficult time for trans people at the moment. So if you'd like to help support young trans people in this country this Pride Month, please do consider donating. We've raised £90 so far, which is absolutely incredible. But if you'd like to contribute, please do. Every single penny helps. You know, even if you can spare £1, you know, if everyone could spare £1, think how much we could raise in total. So please do consider it. Scan the QR code on screen, check the link in my bio, or use the command donate. And like I say, just help to support trans young people in the UK this Pride Month. Thank you very much. What about Veterans Month, says HF? Do you have a fundraiser for Veterans Month that we can donate to, HF? Oh god, we're nearly at the first station already. Slow it down. Slow it down. I'm saying, why do vets only get 1 day and you lot get a month? Isn't May Military Appreciation Month? At least in the US it is. I don't actually know if we have a month for veterans in the UK, but we should do, because veterans do deserve, you know, they do deserve a month, frankly. Like, I'm not sure why the existence of Pride Month should imply in any way that other groups of people don't deserve months, because I support veterans. They absolutely should have their own month. But it's not my fault that they don't, you know what I mean? Like, it's not gay people's fault that veterans don't have a month. Pappy Chuckle says, I want a month for blokes like me with hairy wobbly bellies. Yes, where's hairy wobbly belly month? Sophie says, my granddad knew 4 gay soldiers, closeted, obviously. Yeah, that is unfortunate. I mean, queer people weren't actually allowed to serve in the military until... when was it, actually? When were queer people allowed to... openly queer people allowed to serve in the armed forces in the UK? Because it wasn't very long ago. It was fairly recent in the grand scheme of things. I'm sure someone could look up the exact number for me if you fancy it. Oh, we've overshot again. Bollocks. But why do media push that and not others as other causes as much? Well, like Pappy Chuckle says, because corporations and mainstream media like to virtue signal. I mean, let's be honest, you know, when Remembrance Day comes around and all the companies are tweeting out "Lest we forget" on Twitter, you think that those companies actually care about the veterans? No. They're just saying it because they want to look good. And it's the exact same thing with Pride. Like, I don't believe for 1 second that a company that puts a rainbow flag on their profile in June actually cares about me. They're just doing it to get my support, right? But it's the same thing with like Remembrance Day. And it honestly, it bothers me that people don't see that. It bothers me that, you know, whenever it's Pride Month, people are always talking about how, oh, you know, that company doesn't actually care about you, right? Like, yeah, I do know that. But, like, when Remembrance Day comes around, you know that that company doesn't actually care about veterans, right? You know that it's the exact same thing. They're just pretending to care to get your money. It was January 2000. Thank you, SDFC and Sophie. So gay people have only been allowed to serve in the UK armed forces since the year 2000. That is insane. I mean, let's not forget that Alan Turing was chemically castrated. You know, let's just... I feel like we don't mention that enough when we talk about queer people and veterans, because he didn't actually serve in the armed forces, but the man who helped to crack the Enigma code, the man who helped us to win the Second World War, was rewarded by being chemically castrated because he was gay. Which is why I feel like it's important that we talk about these issues as linked, rather than trying to treat them as separate issues, rather than being like, oh, you can either care about gay people or you can care about veterans. We can care about both things, you know, we can care about people from all different groups, right? And we should do. It's called intersectionality. It's very important. We should recognize the fact that, you know, there are many gay people who served in the armed forces who never got the recognition that they deserve. we go. Oh, God. Overshot. Overshot. God, we are overshooting a lot today. We had such a perfect drive earlier, and then every other drive we've done since then has gone disastrously. We might not even get a C on this one. I think we're going to get a D. And we're definitely going to overrun. We're not finishing this in 9 minutes. Oh, we got a long wait here? Are we waiting for a train to pass? Also, there's no map, unfortunately. That is one thing that I do want to... I think someone has probably already suggested it to the developer, but one thing I would like to see is a map where you can see, you know, like on Train Simulator, where you can see where all the trains on the network currently are. There is a bit of a map in the menu that shows you, like, the route between stations. That's what we were waiting for. But that map's kind of like, you know, your navigational map, like your underground map kind of thing. It's not an accurate, representation of the area. I'd like to see a more geographical map that you can see at any time. There it goes. I remember you saying you're doing Hightail. Is that going to be multiplayer, as I have that game? We could do multiplayer. Yeah, we could do multiplayer. Multiplayer Hightail. Does anybody else out there have Hightail? Because I am going to be playing it on Monday. The Outlast games are on Steam sale, by the way. Oh, thank you for letting me know, Pappy Chuckle. I think I've got all of them except Outlast 2. I've got, well, I say all of them. I've got Outlast and I've got Trials. But I don't know if I've got 2. I'll double check, but thanks for the heads up. Saw can never control her shoots, says Sophie. No, honestly, you missed the best bit of the stream, though, Sophie. You missed the best drive. I did one drive that was just absolutely perfect. I hit every single stop. And you were having your dinner. You missed it all. Did you do the DLC? We did, Pappy, yes. We played Whistleblower. Outlast 2 is currently £4.18. That is very good. When's it on sale till? I don't have it. Do I? It looks good. I'm not sure if it's refundable. Well, if you enjoy Minecraft, you'll enjoy Hightail, STFC. If you're a Minecraft player, I recommend it. I don't know if it is refundable. There might be a refund policy, but honestly, if you like Minecraft, you'll enjoy Hightail. I'm fairly confident in that. It ends in 22 hours. Okay, I will take a look after the stream then, Pappy Chuckle. Thank you once again for letting me know. Oh shit, we're speeding again. We've been speeding a lot in this drive as well. But yeah, if you want to join me for multiplayer, Leon, I'm down for that. And like I say, if anyone else has Hightail, if anyone else is interested in playing Hightail with me on Monday, we'll definitely consider that. Oh, fuck. Okay, that's irredeemable. That's completely irredeemable. We've oh, shit. I'm not even going to try and correct that. It's already nearly 8 o'clock anyway. I'm just going to call this one. I'm going to write this one off. We're just going to call this one a bad do and leave it there. We had such a good drive earlier. We genuinely did do such a good drive, and then and then it all fell apart again. Found any PS1 style horror games yet, like the Puppet Combo games? I'm still on the lookout, Pappy Chuckle. I did have a look at the Puppet Combo stuff, and I almost said it. I almost said it. I did have a look at the Puppet Combo stuff, and it did look quite interesting. I would like to do more of those kind of one-off horror games on stream in future. I honestly, I've been enjoying the Phasmophobia streams, but I'd like to turn Horror Wednesday into like a one-shot stream where we just play a different horror game each week. Because there are loads of indie horror games and loads of like shorter horror games that I'd like to get to. So yeah, if I can like mix those in with the Phasmophobia stuff, because I know people do want to see more of that as well. Yeah, I've got my eye out. I'll have a look after the stream. Thank you, STFC. Like I say, no pressure, but if you do end up buying it, you're more than welcome to join us on Monday. We may make it a multiplayer stream. Before I finish up, I just want to show you, you know, what is going to be coming up in the future of the game, because you can see at the top here, or you might not be able to see it on the purple stream, actually. It might be cut off. Yeah, 1 second. There we go. So you can see at the top of the screen here, in the game currently, there are 2 lines. There's the Fukugawa line and the Sankai main line. The Fukugawa line is that smaller single-track line that we drove across in the snow. The Sankai main line is the big line that runs all the way across the map. But there's also 3 locked lines here. There's a green one, a red one, and an orange one. So I think, you know, this is pretty obviously the developer teasing future updates. You can also see there's a lot of like offshoots of lines here that go out in various other directions. So I'm really hoping that in future these 3 will all be playable lines as well, and there'll be plenty of other you know, lines to visit. So there's definitely stuff to still be seen. You can also see on the right, it might be hidden by the chat right now on purple once again, but on the screen right now, it tells you when you choose a job, it tells you all the information about the job, how far it is, how many stops it is, how long it takes. There's also shunting, crossing, and waiting to pass. Now I notice that, as far as I'm aware, I haven't seen any jobs that actually involve shunting. Like, if I just look down the list, there's crossings, and there's waiting to pass, but there aren't actually any shunting jobs. So what I'm thinking is, maybe in future, there's going to actually be shunting missions. We might even get some diesel shunters. And maybe even freight. I'm pretty sure the developer mentioned potentially adding freight operations in the future as well. That would be really cool to see. How do you unlock the stuff at the top? That can't be unlocked at the minute, STFC. That's stuff that's not in the game yet. That's what I'm saying. These are all lines that will be added in the future. And like with the shunting thing as well, there are... What I'm trying to say is, you know, this game's only been out for 2 weeks in early access. There is a lot more features. You know, there's lots more stuff planned for the future. There's going to be new lines. There's going to be new, like, game modes. There's going to be shunting. There's going to be freight. There's going to be all sorts of other trains and stuff like that. I think there was even talk about a conductor mode, like you get in Train Sim World, where you don't actually drive the train. You do the ticket collecting and stuff like that. It's got a lot of potential. That's all I'm trying to show you is this game, as good as it is right now, it's only going to get better because this game is still in early access and there's a ton of other features still to come. So yeah, it has been great to play this game today. I have really, really enjoyed this. This is such a good game. I'm so excited to see where it goes from here. You know, I'm going to keep an eye on the developer and keep an eye on the development of the game and see how things change over time. But I'm seriously impressed with what I've seen so far. Really, really impressed. Okay. Before we finish up, there are a few comments that I would like to just read out. Pappy Chuckle says, the public combo games can be finished in one stream. That's good to hear. Leon says, I do like Phasmophobia, but at the same time, I do prefer a story horror game. I agree, Leon. Like I say, I do really enjoy playing the multiplayer horror games like Phasmophobia and stuff like that, but I'm a big fan, I like a horror game with a good story as well, and I do want to start playing more story-based horror games. So I think what we might do is start doing, if we make Horror Wednesday a weekly series, and 1 week we'll do Phasmophobia, and then the next week we'll do a one-shot horror story game, and alternate between the two, because then we can do both. We can have the multiplayer Phasmo stuff, and then we can have the story-based games as well. Is there a stream tomorrow? Yes, there is, Sophie. I'll get to that in just a second. But yeah, it's check Tat's top videos, a good video about bus horror games. Oh, thank you for the suggestion, Pappy Chuckle. Again, as always, if you're in the Discord server, I know that you aren't, Pappy Chuckle, but if you are in the Discord server, feel free to put recommendations for any games, horror games, simulator games, anything at all. Feel free to put any recommendations in the suggestions channel. I will bear that one in mind, though, Pappy Chuckle. And I'll check out Tat's top videos and have a look into that. So, next live stream is going to be tomorrow. We are, of course, going to be playing the best game ever made, Oddworld Abe's Exodus. I'm super excited. We haven't played it on stream since September 2024. I haven't played that game on stream for almost 2 years. It's my favourite game of all time. It is the first video game I ever played. It has a very, very special place in my heart, and it still holds up now, 20 plus years later. So we are going to be playing Abe's Exodus. We're going to try and play through the entire game in one sitting. We're going to try and get start to finish in 5 hours. It can be done. I'm pretty confident that it can be done. Really looking forward to it. Super excited. If you weren't here last year when I was doing my Oddworld marathon, you're in for a treat, because I'm a big fan of the Oddworld games. You can watch them, of course, if you'd like to catch up on the other games in the series. I have a playlist on YouTube of all of my Sci-Fi Sunday streams. We played through all 6 games in the series last year. Super excited to be playing Exodus again, though. It's going to be a good stream. So that's tomorrow, same time, 3 PM till 8 PM, BST. Then Monday we've got Hightail. Tuesday we've got SnowRunner. Wednesday we're playing Escape the Backrooms. More information on that in a couple of days' time. And Thursday is going to be the last day. We're going to be doing a spider unboxing and a Lego building stream. We got a 2-for-1 on the last day. So yeah, it's going to be good. It's going to be good. We are officially now past the halfway mark. 6 days down, 5 to go. And I'm looking forward to seeing, what the next 5 days hold. What game you going to stream tomorrow, says Matt. Once again, Matt, tomorrow we're going to be playing Oddworld Abe's Exodus. So, with that all being said, one last time before we finish, I do want to mention the fundraiser. As you can see in the bottom left of the screen, there is a QR code. I'm raising money for Mermaids this Pride Month. Mermaids is a charity in the UK that helps young trans people with various resources. They've got a helpline, they've got online forums, they've got in-person community groups. We've raised £90 for them so far. But there are still 5 days to go. We're going to be raising money for the next 5 days. So anytime in the next 5 days, if you would like to help support an amazing trans-positive charity in the UK, please do consider scanning the QR code. Visit the link in my bio if you're watching on TikTok. And if you're watching on YouTube or Purple, you can use the command donate to get a link to the donations page. Every single penny counts. If you've got £1 or 2 to spare, it's all going to a really great cause. Thank you so much to everyone who's already donated, Hopefully we'll get a few more donations over the next few days. And yeah, I'm really hoping that we'll at least hit 100. Hopefully we could hit 100 tomorrow. We've only got £10 to go. So please, like I say, do consider chipping in if you would like to support trans young people in the UK. That's all from me for today. I'm going to leave it there. So thank you once again, everyone. Have a fantastic rest of your evening. I'll be back tomorrow. I'll be wearing white, and I'll be playing some Oddworld Abe's Exodus. Thank you, everyone. Check out the fundraiser. Please donate if you can. I'll see you all tomorrow. Bye-bye. Ow, I've just elbowed the steering wheel. Okay, don't go away, Twitch, because we will do a raid before we finish up. Okay, let's go to... Well, let's see who's live. Does anyone have any suggestions for a raid, actually? Because no one that I follow is live right now. If you have a suggestion, pop it in the chat right now. Otherwise, we'll just leave it here. Okay, I guess we'll leave it here then. No worries, no raid tonight. Not to worry. I'll see you all tomorrow. Have a great evening.